Good. Are we? No, in the afternoon already. Good afternoon, guys. Um, Welcome to Get Them Hooked. Who are the people who are trying to get hooked? Who are the people who are trying to get hooked with our sound? Who are the them? Your audience, your congregation. So you know, that's the idea behind that. To get them hooked. Your audience. If it's O2 Arena to get them hooked. So let's if let's connect each other. Greet the person beside you if you have never seen that person in your life. I know Akure is a small town, but greet person if you have never seen that person in your life. See, introduce yourself. Ah, my name is Lagbaja. Very good. So we are here to connect to as an audio engineer. There are just sometimes you listen to your mic like I think I need to adjust few tweaks here and there. So welcome to SoundHook Studios. This is your first time here, and I think we are doing a good job now. Are we? Can I agree? Like, see the whole place, the AC is blowing you. You are feeling it. You're enjoying yourself. Oh, next time. So welcome to day one of the training, and I know that I'm a small boy in this thing. Though I'm like I tell people, if my guys are in this place here, I don't know why they want to learn under me, but they are here in this room. They are the ones that literally brought me up in these things. Um, so we're here to share ideas and you know, rub minds together and learn one or two things along the way. Um, I pray, because I'm a religious person, I pray that by the end of this training, you'll be empowered and enriched with knowledge that you need to serve whatever audience that you need to do. In Jesus' name. In Jesus' name. Very good. So let's go straight to what we have to do today. And today we are going to be doing live mixing essentials. And some people don't understand that when it comes to live production, yeah, the foundation of what mixing entails is actually more important than all the fancy plugins that you see online, YouTube. Say if you put this plugin, your kick will knock. Your kick will hit. It will be crossing zero. It will. So you can't see me. So you are bending your neck. Your kick will be end. It will be hitting so hard. Your audience will say, please bring down the kick because of all these fancy plugins. I'm not saying that plugins are bad though. I'm not saying that putting some plugins that they see online is bad. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you can achieve good sound and good production even with the essential and the foundational, you know, stuff that you have readily available to you. You understand? So with your basic EQ, gate, compressor, you can get good sound. People that have seen me mix, they wonder that bros, they use LA2A, they use 1173, like people that know all these plugins, all these fancy names that why is this not in your channel strip? I'm like, but your sound is still good. There's a lot of things that goes into that, and those things that go into those essential things what we'll be looking into today. So yes, I've done welcome address. So we're doing introduction to signal flow, overview of live sound workflow, Understanding input, processing output, understanding signal flow from microphones to speakers, common issues with signal flow and how to troubleshoot them. Yeah. What is mixing? I want us to, this is the time we talk. What is mixing? Can somebody just tell me what the hell are we doing here? What's mixing? Anybody? I'm not talking about mixing for real and so. What's mixing? Anybody just have a go at it.
Yeah, but just like you mentioned, that's a basic analogy for it though. So let's say for those of us that use blender at home
Okay.
to prepare a meal, it's just a basic, the same way you have your vegetables go into the blender, your tomatoes, your pepper, your onion, and then you blend everything together to give you a single paste.
Hmm.
It's just an analogy of what mixing is, putting together different sauces to bring out a beautiful sound, a
Ah,
beautiful
put
output.
our hands together for our guy.
Now you
Any,
mentioned vegetable now.
okay, that is the way
Now
just
you
use
use the
that one.
analogy. It's not an
Okay,
example.
so anybody else? Before I go into my own definition of mixing. Anybody else? Okay. Please, when you answer question, please say your name. Me too, I want to know your names. Okay.
My name is Taiwo.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Um, someone should do us the honors to pass the mic around for people online to listen.
thank you. All right, so I'm Taiwo.
Okay.
Mixing is combining different audio tracks
Okay.
or audio sounds, maybe from different sources, to have something agreeable
Hmm.
to the hearing.
Another one. Another Rema. Let's ask her for you. I like that word agreeable. And it's all the tracks should agree with one another. All right. Let's know with sit down. Let's not waste much time. So, according to Wikipedia, mixing is the process of combining multiple individual sounds or audio tracks into a single or multiple channel final product. This involves balancing volume levels, adjusting equalization, panning sound to different spatial positions, and applying various effects such as reverb and compression to create a cohesive, balanced, and pleasing final mix. That's a lot. But it entails a lot. It entails. So now, to me, mixing is both an art and science. Why I say art? Because then creativity comes into it. It's not just, oh, you know the physics behind, oh, doing this. Or you know that sound travels at so speed. So you don't, not just that. There's also an art part of mixing. It's the art and science of shaping, balancing, and carving out frequencies in different sounds to work together as one. You can write that down. Slick mixed it 2005, 2025 rather. Uh, that's my that's my definition. Yes, okay. I'm shown by name, also known as Slick Mixed It. Mixed It. Are we good? Don't worry, you receive the slides afterwards, so don't stress. Just pick our points and let's go. So, overview of live sound workflow, understanding input, process, and output. Now, input. We all know what, like, basic from the words input. We all know what input means. Sources, or your microphones, your playout cable, different sources. where we receive sound. So these are sources of audio such as microphone instruments, digital files from your laptops, and all of that. It says a quality input set the foundation for the entire live mix. I repeat, a quality input sets the foundation for the entire live mix. More emphasis on what? Quality. Do you have a question?
Yes, just yes.
Mike?
Well, you talked about now, just right one now, you talked about how mixing is also art, so
Yes.
creativity. So, how about being creative from a not so quality input source? Yes, okay.
A not so quality input source. We'll
Yes.
get to that.
Okay, all right. Just
We'll get to. We know we're in Africa, but then, as much as possible, get quality input. If the mic cable is already making noise from the beginning, brother, if you add different things on top of it, it's still going to be beautiful garbage. It's not going to just magic. It's not going to magically disappear. I mean, there are ways anyway, but processing garbage will give you beautiful garbage. So, moving on. So choosing the right microphone and direct input device, that's DI. How many of us know what a DI is? How many of us know what a DI is? Don't be, if you don't know, don't be shy. It's not something to be ashamed of. How many of us don't know what a DI is? Okay, we'll show you in this training. If I forget, remind me. We have DI. So, choosing the right microphone or direct input is very critical. Very, very critical. So now, processing. Remember, we are talking about the workflow here of understanding how things go from your sources to your mixer and then out. You get? So processing. Once the audio is captured, it passes through preamps, mixing consoles like this, various signal processors, EQ, compression, effects, and all of that. And this stage shapes and balances the sound, allowing the engineer to adjust levels, apply creative effects, and manage dynamics. Don't unclear on that. Yeah. So the processing part is the heavy lifting part. That's when you bring in your EQ. Or should I cut out the low? No. Should I? All of that is all part of the processing. We'll go into that in depth later on. And then output. After processing, the final mix is sent out. Sent to output devices, speakers, monitors, broadcast systems, monitors, even IEMs. Part of that. This ensure the audience hear clear and balanced sound when live, whether live on stage or via broadcast. So this is just a simple diagram. And please, this is just a disclaimer. The last time I did slide was in final year. So if my slide is looking like it's looking like beginners, people that do slides every time, just manage with me. So understanding signal flow from microphones to speakers. That's our next step. Now you can see step-by-step signal chain, microphone, preamp, mixing console, effects. This is also like a breakdown of the signal workflow from input to what? Input to what? Thank you. So start from microphone, a basic input source. This process starts when the microphone captures sound, like the one that I'm using to talk to you now. This is an input source, a microphone. Then it goes to a preamp. A preamp. Some people are looking lost when they hear preamp. Like, what's preamp? What do you mean by preamp? Preamp. I've been hearing preamp. What really is what that? There's a lot more to preamp than even what is written here. You might want to do a personal research on that. Just write it. Let's say that's our take-home assignment. Go and understand what preamps are to save your life. I promise you. So preamps, the weak signal from the microphone is boosted to a usable level using the preamp. Now, the preamp is in levels here. There's preamp, there are external preamps and internal preamps. External preamps are external devices that can be used to power up your weak microphone signal and boost it up to a usable level. And internal preamps are ones that come with your, mixers and all of that. So literally what you would say preamp on your mixer is your gain. Your gain knob. That gain knob that see gain. That if some people, if they want to increase the mic, that's where they go to first. They don't like the faders. Oh. Gain straight. Turn it up. 40 dB. Let's not start entering people yet. So from that, it goes to the mixing console. How it is listed here is more like the preamp is an external preamp. So consoles come with their preamps too. Mixing console / audio interface. Mixing audio interface is like your sound card, like they will say. It's an audio interface. Your Behringer sound card, your UAD, Apollo, Focusrite, Popular Focusrite. Those people, they are eating our money. So, multiple inputs are combined, balance, process, signal routing, gain, adjustment, and equalization, all managed in the mixing console and audio interface. All managed in the mixing console and audio interface. Effect processing, which is optional. Optional effects like reverb, compression. We live in an age where all of this can be accessible in just one device. Before, the people that have been around for a long time, just compression, you have to get an external compressor to plug it into it, now send it back into the, even reverbs, external reverbs, like the lexicon and all of that. So before, when they want to set up for a show, now show they call am because equalizers will be in one side, compressors another rack, reverbs another rack. So but now everything you have it inside your mixing console. I just try to open up the whole signal chain so that in case of some people that are still using analog, it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. There are still some good analog mixers that but please upgrade. That's my advice. Beg your pastor, please, sir. It's high time we change this analog to digital. Please, sir. Amplifiers. When I was much younger, I call it slave. Till now, I don't know why, but it's a slave to everything. I don't understand. They call it slave. I'm like, it's whether started to understanding what makes sense. That oh, it's an amplifier. Oh, now slave me, they call out. So the processed signal is sent to an amplifier if needed, because if needed. And now quickly, I'll just touch on passive and active speakers quickly. So passive speakers, like we know, like the name implies, passive, needs an external amplifier to power it. How many of us know what difference between passive and active speaker? If you don't know the difference between passive and active speaker, just if you don't know, all of us are gurus here. So for people that don't know, yes, for people that don't know, passive speakers need external amplifiers like your popular Wolf Dale. We have one here, popular one. I don't know. I'll bring it out for you later on, or you can come and check it out later on. Your amplifier that you plug that comes from your speaker cable, plug to the speaker, and then plug it to the back of it to power it. So it sends both signal and power over that cable. So that's a passive. That's a passive speaker. An active speaker doesn't need any external amplifier, like the ones that we are using here. The active speakers. You can see we just go to the back, turn them on, pull, sound don't start. So they just need you to run signal to them, and then you're good to go. So speaker/monitor finally, signal reaches the speakers, delivering sound to the audience or to the performers via monitors. Performers meaning stage, and our instrumentalists, they are here in our midst. This is just a basic diagram of it. Knew that something was up. Microphone disappeared before. So, common issues with signal flow and some troubleshooting tips. There was a show or an event or a gig that I went for, and somehow my eyes just stumbled on the mixer. I was not the one mixing. I was like, I saw a lot of red. It's like everything was just going up. Even the the master, everything it was all colors, rainbow. I was like, wow. And this guy was having the time of his life. He was just enjoying, like, man, I don't kill this show. And me, I'm just looking confused, like, how are you even enjoying what you are hearing? Now, that red that your mixer keeps entering, every mixer has like a meter, So you see yellow, green, and green, yellow, and red. So that red it is entering is distortion. My brothers, we don't have sisters. Invite sisters, oh. Let's encourage the female to join sound. Most of them are running to media. Media is taking our girls. Let's look into that, please. So distortion or clipping, overdriven signal from improper gain setting, can result in harsh and distorted sound. Like it said, improper gain settings gives you what? Distortion, clipping. During sound check, you address your gain structure. That's literally the word, gain structure. You address your gain structure for your mix. So from sound check or from rehearsals, whichever way you are using to check your gain structure. Once you are seeing that it's already entering red from sound check, in the show, if it will pass red, it will begin to bring fire. I'll give us tips on how me, because online, somebody will say minus 20, when it gets to 20 decibels, that's a good gain. So you keep turning up your gain or your preamp till you get to till that signal hits minus 20. That's, if it doesn't hit it, you are not there. That signal is not good yet. There are pros and cons to doing that. Some people they say the kick must be hitting -9. Okay, we'll address it later. But for now, let's just keep going. These are just common issues. Feedback. So those really annoying, you know, screeching sound, unwanted looping of sound. How many of us know that feedback is actually a looping of sound? How many of us are aware of it? There's a looping of sound. So the signal is going back into it, and it's going in cycle, and then it's giving out, and then the engineers are running up and down like, hey, God, help us. Why is this man not speaking up loud? So those are one of the common issues. And noise interference, poor quality cables, grounding issues. When I say grounding issues, as your electrical issues, you are not your building is not properly earthed, or your system is not properly earthed. You understand? So you experience some really nice things. I remember there's an event, I won't say the hall because it's a popular hall here, and then the eating of that place is like, I remember I wanted to drop my talk back mic, and it just spark. After I've been experiencing shocks from just touching, I can't even touch. I can't even touch anything aside the plastic knobs on my mixer then, because if I touch it, I've received the Holy Ghost. So when I drop that mic, it does it, I say yes. This is a great, and then just cut the story short, yeah, like 4 amps went down on that event. So that's a very, very, very serious one. Grounding issues, very serious. Don't play with it. It kills people. Safe. I'm telling you, it has killed people. Yes. So if you notice any small earthing issue or ground issues, you touch your mixer is shocking, please kindly address urgently. There are ways around it. That's for masterclass. Electromagnetic interferences, that is from different devices, most especially your device that uses that connects via the Wi-Fi, or what's it called? All the microphones, routers, all of these things. The amplifiers too. They emit electromagnetic, signals, and so they can interfere with each other. Then sometimes you wonder, this mic, it was working well now when we brought it from church, but now we brought it to this hall. Something's happening. It's breaking. You just might be experiencing some electromagnetic interference from other devices around. There are ways to go about it. Like I said, masterclass. Signal loss, faulty cables. If your cable is, if I don't understand, if the cable has peel, some people still use like the cable. You see the cable, all the covering, is gone, and then they still plug it to their, and it's instrumentalists. They are the ones. It be them. It be them. It be them. They will bring that cable. Say, mo ṣe lọ ní show lánàá. Sorry, but we're live. I still use it. I used it yesterday at the show. I've got it worked perfectly well. I say, oh God, this your cable is not it. And they argue. All of these things they affect the integrity of our signal flow. You know, they affect. So the solution to that is, please just change the cable. Yeah, or change the connector. Now, misconfigured routing. We'll come to our digital age where we use digital um, mixers, and that's when you start hearing that word more prominent, routing. You know, there's a routing section in different digital mixers, and so just say you routed your keyboard to where you put a channel for kick. I wonder how that keyboard will sound at the end of the day to be a lovely sounding keyboard. So all of this, you need to be aware of the routing, and so you don't mislead people. Misconfigured routing can lead to drop in audio levels and complete, signal loss. If you route it into a channel that is not even connected to your system, you will not have sound coming out at all. So please. Then now troubleshooting tips. Check cable connection. Ensure all your cables are securely connected and free from damage and blemishes. If that basis I've mentioned the name. If the cable of that instrumentalist is bent already, please try to fix it. Change it. Adjust gain staging and set input levels correctly to avoid overdriving the preamp or mixer. Like that guy that was all in red. Review signal routing. Confirm the signals are routed correctly through the mixing console to appropriate output. Some people let's move on. I don't want to start entering, I don't want to start entering people. Monitor frequency issues. Use your EQ to identify problematic frequencies that may cause feedback. So that's the solution. That's the tip for solving feedback. There are ways. Don't just carry EQ and then be cutting everything. No. You just lose the integrity of that, of the way the monitor sounds. So read up on addressing feedback. Thank you. Or subscribe for what? Thank you. So before I go further, any questions on live mixing essentials, understanding the signal flow, input, output, processing, all of that? Any question on that? I think all of us are, I want to say all of us are gurus in this thing now.
Okay, so in a case that you are having a distorted sound.
Oh, the AC is already getting to you.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
So I said that in a case that you're having distorted sound,
okay,
and then you've tried all your possible best, just to adjust everything so that you can have a balance, and then you are not having that kind of a blasting. Then the musicians, they are not using in-ear monitors, so they are not complaining that they are not hearing themselves. What are you going to do?
Well, I'll first of all address. He said you withdraw. He said you quit. I think one of the major problems many sound engineers or audio engineers have is like to copy and paste what somebody has done somewhere. Every hall, every space, and its own needs and its own technicalities and its own special attention. So somebody that is working in a treated hall is telling you, don't let your sound, everything shouldn't pass to -2 decibels. It shouldn't go beyond that. Whereas your instrumentalist, you now do that. Your instrumentalist say, Oga, more volume. So basically, how I address that is number one, have sufficient PAs. I know it's hard. It's not in your power, but that's one. Have sufficient PAs or advise to move to IAMs. Now, when you have sufficient PAs, having sufficient PAs is not enough because then you can just have a bunch of PAs and just make noise at the same time. So, have sufficient PAs and then do proper speaker positioning. So, once you do those two things and then your mix is okay, then you shouldn't run into that. I know instrumentals are very demanding. I know. I've been there. Like, and lastly, there is no rule. There's no NTW rule to mixing. Oh, all these things I'm telling you are just guidelines. Oh, don't say Slick said we should go and do speaker positioning, so nobody should talk to me again. No, rara o. Me, Sobel. Oh, we are live. So, please, and please, be. I think sometimes, too, we as audio engineers, we are very rigid. We are not open to. We've learned that is how we do it. Professional, this is how we do it. So we are not flexible. Also, I think it's one trait as an audio engineer to be quite flexible because at the end of the day, it is not you that is the audience. Are you the audience? Are you the performers? No, you are just helping them. Like somebody I know said to look pretty. You are literally helping them, helping our performers. I won't say choir. Our performers to look pretty in front of say, oh, such a nice voice. Doesn't know what the audio engineer is battling at the back of the mixer, trying to maybe add auto tunes, retune speed of like 5 just to make that person stay on key. So try to be fluid also and study and give your environment what it needs. Give your space what it needs, not what you feel like is the right way to do it. In some spaces, you might need to hang your subs. Your pastor will not allow you, but in some spaces, you need flown subs. In some spaces, you probably need just one sub. Depending on the size, though. You probably need just one sub just to fill up that room. But then, because we've seen somebody set up outside, pillar, Neji. You come into your church and put the pillars that holds the church. Sometimes it's not what your church needs. Those pillars know what your church needs. The way you position those speakers is not what your space needs. So I think you need to know what your space needs and also get sufficient PAs for your space. I believe I've tried to answer that question. God help you as you try to talk with your pastor. Because at the end of the day, we are always in the hands of the You answered it. So any more question before we move forward? Any more question on input, processing, and output? No. Moving on. Mixing consoles fundamental. Our introduction to we are going to talk about introduction to analog digital mixing consoles, understanding gain staging, EQ, channel strip components, and then I'll show us, some parts of the console to set up a basic mix. Yeah, what's the mixing console? What's the mixing console? We all know these things now. The device. I'll press the button. Pianist will tell you that my own keyboard, my own piano has plenty buttons. So, is that the mixing console? Ah. Somebody tell him. So the mixing console is essential for live sound and studio recordings. They allow engineers to control and mix different audio sources by adjusting levels, frequencies, and placements in live situations. In live situations, engineers can make real-time changes. In studios, they enable detailed layering and processing of sounds. These consoles blend technical skills with what? To create a balanced and engaging final mix. Technicality with creativity. That's a war. That's another war in the audio space. Because some people say they choose to be technical and to be creative, but a good mix engineer has to blend both worlds together. Yeah. So analog consoles. Characteristics. How many of us know what an analog console? Can we give example of an analog console? Or you've never seen an analog console? The Gen Zs. Never seen an analog console. How many of us know what an analog console is? Like, can you mention one analog console that you know? Rodex. Eurodex. Okay. And then I need which product? Which Gen Z. So Alan has many analog desks. Who was Eurodesk? Which one? Because you just say Eurodesk. Which brand? Who else again? The rest is only this was those less good. Anyone? You know anyone? Yamaha, MG, MGX 24, MGX 18. Those are popular mixers that we use in our home churches. So they use physical circuiting, faders, knobs, and switches. Offer tactical hands-on experience. Like you get to get your hands dirty in analog. Of recent. If I tell you that I've been mixing analog for quite some time now, for like months. Though I still mixing digital. I still mix digital, but it's like go out for this. But I've been mixing analog. And why is that? In analog, most analog mixers, there's no gates. Your fancy gates. Cover your ash. No gates, no compression, nothing at all. Just your EQ, and maybe if you are lucky, two slots for reverb and effects. So what? How do you make your drum sound good? How do you make your keys sound good in an analog world? And still, you'd be surprised how many songs or popular songs like have done, you know, in the olden days, or fully mixed on analog boards, and even some new age songs cannot match up to the integrity of that. So how did they do it? So how did they do it? Of recent, somebody was telling me, one of my bosses was telling me, what's this song? I've forgotten the song. Very popular song like that. I don't know if many of us know Dr. Edward Sunday. Yeah. People that are not interested, what? Dr. Edward Sunday. So he mixed quite a few, tracks for, I think, Benga, Adenuga. Yes. On an analog, I think Allen and it GL series. Yeah, I think a GL series. Yeah, I think 24 channels. Mixed most of his early tracks on analog board. So you can go and check. I think on Spotify. Benga, Adenuga. Spotify and check example of songs that are mixed analog. You can also Google songs that are mixed on analog consoles. And yes. So you have direct control over the analog signals. Like it's just I feel like analog is quite intimate. There's a lot that goes underneath in digital board that that you don't even see anything. Just come here, just say, oh, low pass, pew. I pass, pew. Look at cuts. Jesse, I enjoy you. Just come. And that's why I feel like some of Gen Z, they just misuse a lot of this, accessibility to. Like I mentioned LA2A. Now, how many of us know what an LA2A is? I'm not going to say what it is. LA2A. There's somebody in our midst that knows it, but he's not going to talk. So I don't talk. Oh. You know yourself. Don't talk. LA2A. What is it? 1173. What was it? No, nothing. Those are analog equipment. And LA2A is a compressor. Is it a tube or is it a tube compressor? It's not. Is it fit? So go and do your research on what an LA2A compressor is. Write it down. LA2A compressor. Go and research. It's on this your digital board though that you people are. Some of you have even added it to your channel, and you don't even know what the in-depth work of it is. So, and also 1173 assignment too. Go and check it. Let's move on quickly. Pros and cons. Pros: immediate physical feedback, simple signal paths. You just have EQ, some that have compressor, just one knob for compression. Just like this, compression sets, and then you have your sense, your aux sense. You can literally see everything. Like this one, you have to press this to go to channel B, to go to page 2, page 3. Get. But then there are also cons. Limited recallability, adjustment in adjustments are not digitally saved. So that's where the term God set it and leave it came from. He said it. Emma for work. I had some churches say, you just come and set it for us. We will touch it. I wish that's how it works. I just wish. But what if you now give the mic to somebody that whispers? Praise God. Hallelujah. I love this house. So what do? You leave it. Say, hey, I feel it. Oh. Don't touch the mixer. You know, our work is a very, very what's the word? You have to be very proactive and you have to be there. It's not something that you do remotely. Not literally like remotely, not in the same space. So I mean, digital age has made us to be controlling our mixers now on our phones and stay anywhere in the hall and be tweaking. So fun. Before, don't be. Sit down at your mixer, wherever the mixer is, you need to make any tweaks. And then there's no, oh, you want to recall. Somebody has scattered the setting. Now say, oh, just load up my scene. Bam. Sharp. Nothing like that. You have to do everything again. Somebody scatter it, you do it again. Now, digital consoles. Characteristics, digital signal processing, DSPs. In case you don't know what you've been hearing, DSP. Digital signal processing. That's the meaning of DSPs. Active speakers have DSPs, and often feature touchscreen interfaces and more complex routing like our digital. And all those high-end consoles. Please, if you don't know, if you don't have a dream console that you are looking to operate one day, it's high time you. Please don't stay on the level of. Don't dream of, oh, I want to operate Wing one day. I mean, it's goals. There are goals. There are levels to this, but Wing is not. It's not so far. They are still higher. You can go higher. You can go, deeper into the realm of digital consoles. They allow scene records, presets, integrated effects. That presets, God, it's a problem. Some engineers don't even want to know whether the hall is booming or not. Presets. I have this kick preset. I load it everywhere. They don't tweak it. Yes, that's it. If they don't load that preset, the sound is not good yet. So that's what the digital consoles have allowed us to do, to have scene records, preset, and integrated effects. Now the pros. Versatile with advanced features, automation, settings can be stored and recorded. The cons can have steeper learning curve and may feel less tactile, Jerry. So, what it means by steeper learning curve? We know what the word steep means now. Steeper learning curve in the sense that your growth might be slower because you get to fly before you walk. You're already doing sends and faders, you're sending signals. You don't even know what a bus is. You don't even know what an aux out is. You don't know any of that. You can just go say, I don't like, there's too much low in this thing. You see low, turn again now. You have no clue of what you are doing. You can just go in there. And many stumble upon and became and audio engineers that are out there, and may God save us from them in Jesus' name. May God save us from them in Jesus' name. I be some of us are some of us are them. May God deliver you in Jesus' name. I mean, that's you have taken a step to understanding what you are doing, so you get better. So next thing, understanding gain staging, EQ, channel strip components. Gain staging. What is it? What's gain staging? What's gain staging? Anybody has an idea of what gain staging is? Before we close your eyes, don't look at my slide. What's gain staging? Hmm?
It's basically balancing
Uh,
gain. You already said it.
okay, balancing the gain of what?
The gain of particular.
Okay, a particular channel or source. Gain staging is the process of setting the optimal input level for each channel to ensure a strong signal without what? Distortion. So the major point there that we should take is strong signal without distortion. If your signal is strong and it's distorting, that's not strong. That's too strong. So please, is it back on? Yeah. So a signal, strong signal without distortion is you have a good gain stage for each of your channels. Then you bring up your music, you bring up your band, you bring up the vocals, you blend everything in, and then you are not hitting distortion. That means you've had a good gain structure, gain stage. You've gain stage very well. It's fine, perfect. Why it matters? Proper gain staging maximizes the signal to noise ratio. Signal to noise ratio. What do I mean by that? Can anybody quickly touch on that? Signal to noise ratio. Anybody? Idea? Mr. Prophet. Can you say something on that? Let me pick your brain.
Signal to noise ratio.
Give me mic, please.
Let me see if I'm correct on that. So signal to noise ratio. Every board, every mixer has what they call SPL, sound pressure level. So naturally, without anything being plugged on your mixer, if you raise the volume, maybe to the maximum, you'll hear the shh sound. That's the sound pressure level. Some mixers, the sound pressure level is louder than some. So signal to noise ratio is how far you can raise your signal level before you start hitting or hearing that noise from your mixer. So trying to balance your signal without that noise coming in is what signal to noise ratio basically is.
Thank you very much, sir. Please clap for you. You did too much justice to that. Now, I also add to that, even cables, they contribute to the signal to noise ratio. Like some cables, some supposedly original cables that our vendors in this city sell to us. You say that you plug it, you've not even said A, and you're already hearing some white noise. You've not even turned up the gain, the preamp to any level. Maybe you just increased it like 5 dBs and then you're already hitting. So managing that is very important in getting a good mix, in getting a good gain structure. You need to be able to manage your noise to signal ratio. And there are things that also increase what they call the noise floor. There are things that contribute to increasing the noise floor. Is where the noise sits or where the noise starts. You get, compared to your signal. So that's where we get the signal to noise ratio. So you want to have your signal louder than the ratio between your signal and your noise floor very okay, like at the best that you can. I'll bring it down to studio recordings or to the studio part of audio production. Now, I don't know if any of us have seen any studio engineer do this. Oh, before the artist or whoever performer sings, they first of all just say, wait, let's just see where the noise floor is. Especially if you are recording in a not so treated environment, like there's Jen sounding somewhere, it's very important that you get your noise to signal ratio at the best that you can before you go into post-production. You understand? So, and a lot of things, like I said, contributes to the noise level in your system. So mixers have enough noise. And some of these noise that are in our mixers, some of them are introduced towards the circuits, the way the mixer was, built. So, like somebody said, we are fighting, as audio engineers, we are fighting voltage. What that means is that you are fighting, especially in Nigeria, sorry, in Africa to be precise, we are fighting voltage more than anywhere else in this on this planet, because the kind of noise that our electricity introduces into our systems is alarming. I mean, you carry the same mixer, same setup, same system to another space, another part of the world, and then no noise. But then you bring that down to here, we are battling with how can I get this? Most especially, you notice that in guitars. You notice that in guitars that every time your bassist play, you just hear brr, brr, brr. Change your cable, change it. Same thing. So, like I said, we're fighting voltage, and we have to manage, as audio engineer, we have to manage it to the best that we can. If not, that's where the problem begins for us. So, please keep that in mind. Listen to your system without anything on. And that's why they do what they call line check. So you check each line to check whether each cable is making noise or the noise is alarming. So you check it, go through each cable, you solo them out, you check, put them up. Oh, it's good. Put them up, it's good. Put them up. Before you still even think about what is before you even start introducing your preamp gain or whatever, before you do anything, try to know like I said, the noise, the SPL of your system, the noise floor of your system, so that you know how you manage it as you go on in your mixing. Yeah. EQ. Like we said, after we've done our good gain staging, move into the EQ. The channel strip is quite different in the digital consoles, because then if you look at your digital consoles, especially your Midas and your Beringa. You see your preamp, you see your low cuts, then you go to your gates, dynamics before you now hit your equalizer. I mean, there are ways to like put one before the other. Like you can put your dynamics after your EQ and all that, but the signal flow on the Beringa X, the two and the Midas is like that. So, but then let's just go through it as looking at like an analog channel strip. So equalization. What is equalization? The adjustment of frequency ranges to shape the tone of an audio signal. So when I explain that mixing is also we need to carve out frequencies, shaping of frequencies. This is what I mean. The equalization is the tool that you need to shaping any sound source to the preferred outcome. And that is subjective. Yes, that's subjective, if you agree with me. So people like their mic robust. If you do but may they come out of the sub, may they hit me. Some people like it that way. And some people just like their mic, clean and flat like the ones that I'm using now. It's very transparent. Doesn't have all those deep and just like I say subjective because now we are talking about equalization in relation to microphones now. What I'm explaining is in relation to microphone. Subjective because different people and that is why as an audio, like I said, you have to be fluid. You listen to somebody, okay, let's say you are sharing mics and then you give somebody a mic and that person has a deeper voice and it was just coming from a sister's hand and then that started like hallelujah praise God and then you go to the man praise God. As the audio engineer, as an audio engineer, what do you do in that instance? You leave your EQ just like that. I say, oh, I beg, you cannot stress me. Or you adjust the EQ to suit that person. What do? You should adjust. But, people that say set and leave it, now I don't know how they will help themselves. If you don't have an audio engineer to be there to adjust. And there are some people that just sound nasal, like everything they say is just now that is where understanding what the frequency range is, what frequency range is. And what is the frequency range for a human ear? Pululum, pululum, pululum. What is the frequency range for the human ear? There's a prophet. Mr. Prophet, don't talk. I want them to talk. What is the frequency range for the human ear? Eh? Yeah, say it. You say it. 20K to where? So it's from 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz, which is not the same as you grow older. That your 20K is already cutting down to like 15K. If you are lucky, self that you are hearing 15K, so it's already cutting down to 10K already. Some people that go to like they say they go to show regularly and they are in front of speakers. I won't say pillar, but they are in front of speakers. What happens is that over time your ears start losing some frequencies due to the loudness that you are exposing it to. And I mean, that's one of the things that we fight here in SoundHook. I mean, good sound is not doesn't have to be too loud. Doesn't have to be doesn't have to be entering distortion before you get quality sound. You don't have to blast everybody's. We are very important about our audience, how they feel. You go into some spaces and you already see people doing like this, covering their ears. What does that do? The sound is very harsh, and it means that it's not fit, it's not healthy. So your EQ can help you achieve that. Please put that at the back of your mind. The frequency range of a human hearing is from 20 hertz to what? Please put that in mind. It will save your life. Like literally, some things that I'm saying here will literally save your life. Don't even look too far, sef. You see why this is a problem. You see why digital console is a problem here. Because this 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz is what we see every day. Literally here, it's there on your screen every day. You see 20 to 20k, but nobody has ever thought that. What's this 20 to 20k? What is this? What does this mean? This graph here that I'm always drawing my own amoeba on. What does it actually mean? Yeah, we need to do research. We need to do research on our own. Try to understand the basics, which is what I'm teaching us here. Understanding the core basics of live mixing. So moving on, I think I spent quite a lot of time on EQ. Key controls. No. So I'm going to be explaining different EQ bands, as bass, like you say, bass, mid, and treble. Some people that said that's been a very, it has been quite long since I've been hearing people say I'm a treble singer. If anybody tells you they're a treble singer, please. I'm not saying keep them off, please. So try to educate them that treble is not treble is not it's not a part. It's not a part this. So let me quickly see if I can switch so that we can all see it here. How many of us have been enjoying the class so far? Has it been beneficial to us? Hmm? Please, so take as much as you can from this. Can you see my screen? Can see the kick snare thumb. Can see everything here. So quickly, I want to explain EQ, the bands in EQ. I mean, this is a 5-band EQ. Yes, a 5-band EQ, if you can see it. But then there are some that are 3 bands, some are 6 bands, some are 12 bands. As many as you can have a lot of bands. Doesn't mean that if you don't know how to use an EQ. Okay. Doesn't mean that if you don't know how to use an EQ, you'd be able to save lives. Hold on a minute, please. I need to get people that are online able to see what we are doing. I'll just share my entire screen.
Select the screen.
Okay, so back to EQ. Now this is where, if you can see, I don't know if you can see this, where my cursor is. You can see that low cut. So that is what this. So it's literally a 4-band EQ then with a low cut feature on it. So you see that if I move it, you see that the numbers increase. See, the number is increasing. I didn't. Okay, so how about now? Are you good? Okay, sorry guys. Mm, mm. So I'll copy the link and send to you.
Why don't you use extended instead of pulling up the
I'll fix that. Do you have it? I've sent to your DM. I've sent to your DM. Yes. Just tell me when we are good. Hold on, guys. Let me try to extend it now. Oh, good. Okay. Okay. It should be. Yes, yes, yes. Hold on, guys. Please give me a minute. Who can we see there? Okay, hold on. Yeah. Um, oh, this is not it though. This is not it. Check. Please give me a minute, guys. Check. I said this is a peak EQ.
So what's the meaning of that?
The P is the peak.
Okay.
P-E-A-K, peak. So VEQ is just a wider characteristics of the peak EQ, just a wider one. And there's this, what they call shelf. Let me reset this. That's what they call shelf EQ. This HS is, so this is a high shelf, meaning that if I increase it, I'm what? Increasing the high. So when it's pointing right, is the highs, because that's where the highs are. Pointing left, lows. That's where the lows are. So even if I carry this EQ down to here, is what? It's still a high shelf because it's still increasing, even though it's already increasing more than highs like this, because this is already entering the whole frequency. So you're increasing the highs. That's a high shelf, and then there's low shelf. Can see. Use shelf EQs when you want to attack like more frequencies. Obviously, it's going to cover more frequencies than a PEQ.
When you want to do what?
Attack more frequencies when you want to shape in it, when you want to have drastic, changes on frequency. So the peak EQ is look at it, it's just covering, it's like a notch. Some people call it notch. Just having a notch in a particular frequency, you can increase what they call the Q. Because it is written the quality. No, I won't call it quality anyway. Call it quantity. So, but then look at the shell VQ. Can cover more ground. Can cover more than a PQ. So I just quickly touched on that. But basically what we are discussing here is the different bands: low, mid, and your treble, or the highs. The trebles has the high, mid, and highs. So this is your typical digital. This is how your typical popular digital, EQ section. This is, and also this is the parametric EQ. Go home and study types of EQ. Or what? Subscribe for what? We have a masterclass. Let us get the habit of paying for things. Everything is not free. Free. You want to get all the knowledge free. Aren't you wicked? You are the one that the Bible calls wicked. So, and when I mean pay for things, I don't mean you necessarily have to pay money. You can also pay with data. Data too is you spending your money on getting information. So go and do your research. Research is what brought most of us up to this point. So do that. Let's go back. Hope I have not. Okay, yes. So EQ, literally, you can also use EQ to carve out spaces in a mix. Like I said, carving is part of mixing. So EQ. So let's say your vocal, which or let's use instruments instead, because the vocals are very dynamic and subjective to different people's voice. So let's say your kick drum, I'll use, because this is one issue. This is an issue in the other space. How to blend your kick and what? I will give you a tip for that. It's something that you have seen online, but some people that have not tried it out, you need to try it out and see if it works, and come back and thank me. So let's say your kick, the prominent or the most prominent part of your kick is 40 hertz, or the thump of the kick of 40 hertz, and then you also have a bass that has a lot of sub frequencies. It's very simple. Like I said, using EQ to address this thing. You go to your bass and carve out that 40 hertz using a PEQ. Carve it out. Though, because I said you should carve it out, doesn't mean you should do -7 cuts on your bass, because you want your kick to shine. No, please. Do slight adjustments. Carve out some dBs from your bass so that the kick can point through. Because what is a prominent thing about your kick is transient. Usually your drums, transient, very important. If the drum is not hitting, the transients are not coming through, then you have a very weak sounding drum. And then there's what they call frequency masking. I'm just telling you this thing is supposed to be in masterclass, but frequency masking, that is when two or more frequencies mask each other that occupy the same frequency. They just end up masking each other. And one thing you can use to address that is what? EQ. If your neighbor is sleeping, give him what? Chico. And if you are feeling sleepy, feel free to stand up and walk around. So yeah, those are the little tips on what the power of your EQ. Now, channel strip.
Sorry,
Yeah,
how do we do this on analog mixer?
yes, there's what they call the sweep function, and like at least basic analog mixer, they have what they call the. But I don't know now if they can, because they are fixed. Most of these analog mixers have fixed, parameters. Your low knob controls a particular frequency to another particular frequency. Your high knob controls particular frequency to another particular. Then there's what you call the mid and the sweep.
Do you mean that one?
They call that the right frequency. That's the sweep. So when you boost that, it's two. There's one that frequency. There's one that is the gain knob of that frequency. They still mid. So you see, there's one that has this frequency range that we just explained now. You see 300, 200, up to 1K or so. And you now see one that just has like plus or minus. See, that plus or minus is the same thing that peak EQ is doing. So when you go to 300 hertz and you do plus, it goes up like that. Give that notch. So if you do negative, cuts. So that's some other mixer, analog mixers, they still have even sweeps for the low frequencies. But then, like I said, as an audio engineer, you have to manage all of this. You manage resources that you have. So like I said, that it's very interesting how I'm mixing on analog. Because the church I'm currently at, I know I've been shading people, but they have analog. So I've been getting my hands dirty, and then we are quite limited. Like we saw the cons of an analog mixer. Now it's even worse if you are using analog mixer like Yamaha MGX 24 or some other names. There are different names now. There's Bolanle. Tell has already, oh God, they've done enough damage. Hey, but we're alive. Not supposed to. Anyways, so like I said, even even in this parametric EQ on digital boards, you're also limited because there are some frequencies you cannot address. That's why we talk more on the source. Let your source be good. Because when you start using like 6 EQ on one source, my brother, your problem is not EQ again. Your problem is the source. What kind of sound is that? That you need 6 EQs on? This is not studio. This is not post production. This live sound, you manage things real time. Get most you have is 1 EQ per channel. So how do you make sure that your production is great with just 1 EQ? That's something that you build over time, though. It's not something that happens magically overnight. So you build over time. Go for your choir rehearsals. It will help you to use them to learn. Some of us, we're already big. We don't go for choir rehearsals again. We used to say, let them do their own. Come on Sunday and I'll tweak what I can tweak. So another learning ground for us is choir rehearsal. While they are busy doing their, you are. I am not throwing shade at choristers, please. I come in peace. So when they are doing their own thing, you are there checking out. They won't even notice you are there turning the sweep and doing like they'll just be enjoying themselves. You are trying to understand what it things do. And then or you can do midweek service, but don't try it when pastor is preaching, sha. Because that will be bad. Yeah, moving on. Any other question? I think we've gotten down EQ and what it does. EQ is a very important tool. I don't want us to miss out on the power of EQ. Please don't ever underestimate the power of EQ.
I have a question on the aspect of when you mention like maybe we have a one mic for different people. I mean, someone have a low range voice while someone have a high range voice.
Yes.
Then we have to kind of adjust the, I mean,
your EQ.
Our EQ to actually suit the person's voice now. Then, in a case that maybe we are using a analog mixer, and then you have to keep adjusting, is that not going to be, I mean, stressful or somehow?
That's why you should get. Yeah, but in testimony time,
Maybe there's no.
At this point, you have to now be an automated EQ. Now you go to automate yourself. Because, but then, But then, yeah, like I said, it's subjective. EQ is not, it's not one way. Mixing is not this and then you must do this. If I say this, you must do it. No. You listen, you take it back to your space. If it doesn't work, please do what's best for your space.
Okay. The other question is about the bass and the kick drum.
Yes,
The bass and the kick drum now. Or about in the case that
there's no
the
the.
bass already have his own combo, like it doesn't have his own combo.
Mhm.
Then how is someone going to like blend the bass sound with the kick drum?
Okay, that's brother's cook. I mean, whatever he did, it is tried. So, combo is an output, right? Now, the issue I have with combos is that when it start bleeding into my house music, we have problem. So now your combo is louder than the house. Another thing you could do is position the combo in a way that is not bleeding too much back into, and also you can also flog your okay, you first, hold on. Okay, give him Margaret.
On that issue,
This issue is a
because,
very big issue.
because most time
Why did I bring up bass and kick line? Okay, go on, sir.
you earlier mentioned on your input, getting your input right,
Yes.
and the usage of mic.
Yes.
How do you, like, as a sound engineer, like, attend to both the vocalist, most time the preacher? I've seen a lot of, like, the preacher will say, I'm not hearing myself, and it's not as a result of you mixing it wrong or the usage of mic, the way it sends signal back to the when you are using digital, not the analog. You know, sometimes the analogs tend to stress when you are moving knobs, and the mics are not the person speaking through the mic is stressing you out.
What if they don't want to be educated? Okay, somebody wants to answer that. Please.
Okay, so permit me to answer that. When it comes to usage, right? Like you said, educating the people is one.
Yes.
So that's the first step. If your pastor is someone that holds his mic,
But if they,
downwards,
that's pastor.
yeah, he mentioned preacher, right? Yeah, he
That's preacher.
specifically mentioned pastor. So
Preacher is different from pastor. The person that is preaching might not be the pastor, Abi. Okay, sorry.
Well, in this case,
Let's go. If it's pastor,
if
yes.
the person is someone who holds his mic down, you educate the person. First thing, the person has to know that okay, you are the one in charge of the sound, and there's basically maybe there's nothing you can do to help it. So you have to educate
Limitations.
him. There are limitations to it, so he may have to bring his mic up to be audible. Then, if the person refuses to be educated, like my first pastor will tell you that his hands used to ache when he raises his hands to preach. So usually he brings it down. It's now your duty as the engineer to make it work. No matter what you do, you have to make it work. So if you raise the gain too much, the mic will start feeding back. If you bring the gain down,
Nobody will hear.
So you have to work out, find what works for your space, right? For example, the mic we use in church is an original Shure mic, PG with the SM86. If you hold the mic downwards, it won't pick that much. It has to come up. Recently, we had our conference, and I rented SLXD from Abuja. If you like, put the mic on your knee.
It will be.
So now that tells you that signal, the originality of the mic is another thing that contributes to your quality as well. So irrespective of position, a very good mic will help you.
The passport
So
of
number one,
camera.
educate the person. Number two, advise him to get a good mic. If all of those fails, then it's now your duty to work out the modalities to make it work.
Mm-hmm.
What talking about microphone? I've actually seen. I can't actually pick the name right now, but I've heard about microphones that are directional, that will not pick something probably from the back of the microphone
Yeah,
or from the
that's
side of the
that's something else.
Graduate.
You have to learn.
Go and do
It's
it.
called pattern. You have to
Go
learn,
and
or you
make
subscribe
your
for
research or
masterclass.
subscribe for what?
Let me help
Master
you.
class.
So just learn microphone patterns. It's called a pattern for the microphones. You'll see all of that. So
Go and write it down now.
Well, to
It's all.
actually contribute to what
This is Mike.
Okay, to contribute to what he has said. For example, now my pastor actually he wants to use the mic like this, but we don't have that kind of setting in the church. So what I do is that for me to actually not have feedback a lot, so I just put him on the FOH alone. Then his feedback that
His
front of
immediate,
him,
his immediate monitors.
I cut it. I don't
Drop
so
them.
all the whole thing is coming from the FOH for him. So it enjoy it because if I put on the floor monitors, I mean the feedback that is front of me, it will be having that kind of thing.
So you reduce it a bit there.
I off it.
How does he hear himself?
He hears himself for the feedback. I mean for front of house.
of us position?
Actually, we have two front of house. Then we have another front of house for the.
We're here.
So I just put.
You're coming up
front of
next.
house that is for your musicians.
We're here. We're here. We're here.
So it's because that's the best I can actually.
Yeah.
You know, that's the best one.
Auxiliary, right?
Yeah, it's auxiliary. So that's the best I can actually do for you. There are different settings
Yeah.
to actually sort out these issues for pastors. Because some pastors are very demanding, man.
Okay. Before you ask your question, let me say a few things on that. Like we've said, educate them. If they don't hear what, then you have to make it work. That is as your work as the engineer, as the audio expert, because that's why or you volunteer to do it. Even if you volunteer or they employed you, that's why you are there. That's why you say I'm the one I'm in charge. Oh yeah, I'll prove it that you're in charge. So, and there are a lot of things that goes into the intangibility of speech, and also fighting feedback along the line, because speech and feedback with pastors that don't use their mic 5 and 6. So like I said, that's another way you can drop them on the monitors. If your pastor insists that he wants or he cannot change his ways, drop them on the monitors and push them in the house. Just find a way to work. Yeah. Find a way to work. Maximize the use of EQ and study your space. If your space is a space that's very hollow and then and very reverby, you know that you are in trouble. Because as it does like this, what is happening is that once it brings the mic down, and then you wonder what's going on. Why is it that anytime the mic down it's not just speaking, because it's not in direct contact with his voice. It's not just speaking his voice, it's speaking the whole room together. So as you are increasing your volume, you are increasing what? And which is the noise floor. I know of one program that I was at. I had to start, okay, the way I started my front of house was in the Matrix masterclass. Was in two different outputs that I could either link or control independently. So when I noticed that this is the type of person he is and he likes walking around, I unlink them and start doing manual reduction. So when it goes to the left, you drop the left. When it goes to the right, you drop the right. You make it work. there's no there's no one true answer to that. It's like a constant war we face. Maybe you get an upgrade in mic, like our Oga. If you like, put the mic here to pick it there. Get an upgrade. If you cannot afford upgrade, you manage the situation. And then,
We had the same issues. What you said just made me
mhm,
remember. So I had to split them. I put, though we don't have a sub,
mhm,
so I put the lower frequency on the mics, on the speaker that's close to the drums and where the bass guitarist is. So
okay,
instead of having the full
okay, the
frequency
full
range,
frequency range. Okay, so you use
I use one as
a
the
top
top and the other one
as
as so to when I did that, it reduced the pastor might want to go to that side. I only adjust his high on the mixer, on the analog mixer.
okay.
Then when it comes to this side, the low is not interfering. So that's how I manage that.
Like we said, know your space, know your limitations, because we all have limitations. Even the best mixing engineers, they have limitations. They have where they cannot go again, because we can go as far as our technology can take us. Eh, So, and our current, and then now boils down to what current technology. We were in Nigeria, we are very far behind, but whatever you have at your disposal, you make it work. Another thing is to get, um, for the feedback, you can get an external equalizer to for just the monitors on stage to treat feedback, because feedback is not, um, is more of a volume issue or loudness issue, and mhm. So when the if you notice feedback happens more when the volume is, or the whole thing is quite loud. So sometimes you just might need to just drop the volume, like in this case, just reduce the volume on stage, or reduce the volume of wherever it's going to, like me, and address it. So be fluid.
But what I did was I used another. Do you know this box mixer that
Okay, okay, yeah, yeah,
so
yeah,
instead
yeah.
of having this the one funny mixer, instead of having the feedback on the main output or
Yeah.
the
Okay,
so I tapped it from the one of the
so that you can have a
output.
separate.
So that is where I control the EQ
Mm-hmm,
on that small one and
mm-hmm.
the volume. So once I'm okay with what is giving me on the main mixer, I
Now
just
go there and
just
make
put
adjustments.
small adjustment and
That's good. Everybody try to be innovative, like
yes.
try to be innovative with your space and your equipment. If I tell you what may I do to you, you'll be shocked. Say, ah. But you said that. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. You don't have RCS speakers. You don't have you don't have Bose. You don't have the high end gears. So, and the even if I tell you that even speaker can contribute to your problem, the texture of the speaker. Some speakers are just high, mid, prominent, especially those ones they make in China. You just turn it on, everything is just high mid, high mid, high mid, and then you are there battling. Say, I don't know. Even if the picture is not doing like this or doing that, you are battling with feedback throughout the service. So, the source quality is important. Even your output too, quality, important. May God help us as we conquer all these things in Jesus' name. Amen. Say amen. So, moving on, channel strip components. I welcome our guys that are just coming. Please clap your hands for them. Thanks for coming around. You you go and watch the rest online and get the slides. So a channel strip typically includes the following: input gain, as our as well as preamp piece, noise gate. Now this is more of a digital, you know, digital console kind of channel strip. Input gain, noise gate, EQ, compressor, auxiliary send, pan, fader. When I say fader, it's literally your house mix. All the faders down here. Like I was saying in the beginning, some people would rather increase their gain than their fader. I don't understand the maths because what we don't understand is what they don't understand is the the gain or the preamp gain that you are increasing is not just increasing for your house. It's increasing for everything in that channel strip. Your compressor, your EQ, your aux out, everything in that channel strip. It's you are just bumping up the gain. So let's say your compressor was the compressor reduction, your gain reduction was like -3 before, -3 dBs. When I say -3, you know the unit for calculating all this is dB. If you don't know what dB is, do your research or you know it, you know the drill. So if you had even was in plus, okay, let's say you did +5 dB to get your mic working good, and then your gain reduction on your compressor was -3, and then one spirit whispered to you, he said, I need more volume. You say increase it to +10. Your gain reduction is not going to still be -10. You do the maths. Your gain reduction is not going to -2. Your gain reduction is going to increase because the input signal is no longer the same at the same level that it was when you made settings for your compressor. So always have that in mind. When you are increasing the gain, you are increasing everything in the channel strip. If your keyboard is say gain, and then you increase gain, you just give in. Because they said gain, you to increase gain. Other people will not gain from it. Especially if you are especially if you are on IEMs. Especially on IEMs, in-ear monitoring. So you increase the gain, everybody is I say then they start saying, please drop the keyboard, please drop the keyboard, please drop the keyboard. When you could have just increased him in his ears or in his monitor, or maybe somebody is complaining the keyboard is not loud enough in the house, increase this fader, use it to the max. It's not there's no rule that said it must not pass 0, it must not pass 0. Increase it. When you are done finishing with that, hey, that's I think this is not sufficient. Then maybe that is why so maybe that's why you should have a good gain stage in the first place. Have strong signal. Have what? Strong signal. And let's say you are opportune to be on a digital board that has DCAs and VCAs. Write it down. Go and do what? Make a research. You can now have, you still have a lot, you still have like 5-10 more dBs you can add without touching the gain knob. Please. In fact, it should be a rule. Don't just turn this thing anyhow. Don't just carry your hand as I feel like increasing the gain. Boom. Then because I said don't increase the gain doesn't mean that you now stay and suffer. I say they've said I should not touch that gain. No, please. Like I said, don't be rigid. You are not a tree. You are not a rock. Don't be rigid. Learn to adjust. But I would just advise you to be very, very minimal. Don't say because somebody say I need more gain, you do plus 20. You're looking for trouble and you're looking for what? Feedback. So moving on. Input gain, adjust the level of the incoming signal. And noise gate. Let me quickly. Okay, after this I'll switch to the my mixer screen, and then we're able to discuss in depth. So noise gate, like the name implies, gate, noise. It's like gate man. If anybody doesn't want to enter, please stay outside. Now this noise gate in a digital mixer is what you use to fight this signal to noise ratio that we are talking about. In a case where your capacity cannot capacitate whatever you are fighting, you address it with noise gate. Silences the signal when it falls below a certain threshold. So there's what they call threshold in setting up the noise gate and eliminate unwanted background noise. That's your noise floor. EQ section, like I said, allows what? Frequency adjustment. Compressor, it uses what they call dynamics. It uses what they call dynamic range. And how the compressor works, it's like I would call it an automated volume control. Automated volume control in the sense that you set it, when this source goes beyond this level, bring it down. Bring it down so amount. Bring it down 3 dBs when it goes beyond 10 dB. Bring it down 3 dBs. That's what? Minus 10, 7. So the signal drops to 7. And this is more prominent in very dynamic instruments like vocals, drums, that have a lot of transient popping here and there, and they are not consistent in their signal. And also some keyboardists or pianists that just like to increase their own gain too. It helps. Compressor can also help to control those kind of people. Now moving on to auxiliary sense. Those are your outputs, your aux. You see on your analogs, you see aux out. I be aux. Those are that aux is called auxiliary. So it's an auxiliary to your main. You get. So different mixers and different capacity of aux they can accommodate. Some is only 4 aux. If you maximize your 4 aux, bye-bye. Start linking speakers. So, and you cannot do. There was the church that they had an analog mixer with 4 aux, and they said they want in here for 7 people. See, it can't work, sir. Say, it can't work now. Maybe can split it. It can't work. So please, before you start purchasing gears, know your equipment limitations too. Now, pan control, positioning. Now, when you're talking about panning, now you're talking about stereo, and stereo is what? Left and right. So there are technology has advanced more than stereo, but The basic stereo is left and right. If it's only left, it's not stereo. If it's one, it's not stereo. Stereo needs two signals to be able to go left and right. Understand? Do we understand? And then stereo field is it's more like me, I'll call it a canvas. I call it my canvas. Just to oh, I want to put this tree here, put this goat here, put this human here, put this car here, you know. That's the stereo field. That's how I see it. I'm painting. I see it like I'm painting a picture with my mix, and then I'm placing things where they are not masking each other. So no, I'm not putting sax and guitar on the same place, and then sax is doing pa 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 pa, and then guitar is doing. They are those two. That's why I said we should go and study frequency ranges of instruments and the frequency range they occupy, and their most prominent, frequencies that they occupy. So we know that guitarist and saxophone, or a guitar and a saxophone, occupies pretty much the same frequency range. So after EQing and carving out spaces, you can also pan. That's if you are running a stereo what? If you are running a stereo mix. If your mix is one cable that's around to all the speakers, but panning cannot help you because there's nowhere to pan to. So if you're running a stereo mix, you can do that. You have the luxury of placing things in the stereo field to avoid masking too. And then your feeders control the overall channel volume as this one that is here. Are we good? Are we good? So that will be all for my session. We'll have Mr. Benjamin Mashibino come up shortly for his own session, and I hope we've learned quite a lot. Before we do that, any question?
Yes, you wanted to talk about directing.
DI. Okay. Do we have one around? Remind me again. Because we'll be doing a hands-on after session, after when Ben is done. So remind me, I go get it from store, bring it for us. Let's see what this, and then explain what it does. Are we good? Any more question? The people that were not here when we started, any question that has been ringing you? Oh yeah, did you write it down? No. You can remember. Because you've been holding that mic since. I just remember.
So, if you have like a limited space, a small space, and you have a particular, let's say, particular monitor now, bleeding into your FH,
Okay. Drop the volume of that monitor. That monitor is loud. or increase your front of house. Two things. So, so you manage, and for smaller spaces, I recommend IEMs if your system can be able to capacitate it.
I think my space in church, we have that issue. Number one, the natural sound of the acoustic drum in that hall is loud. And then
So,
we're miking the drum.
you're making drum because of online.
So with that now, because the drum is already loud, you have to bring up your volumes to be able to cover that sound.
To match up.
Singers on stage listen to the drum, they say the drum is too loud.
So
Find your way how to make it work.
this issue now, this drum happened in
Like
exactly,
Another budget, another budget.
exactly.
when I buy drum sheet, come I
So even if you out for that drum issue here, the only option is just to just cage that drums, just cage it. And funny enough, this issue you are experiencing might be as a result of the drum being loud on stage. Oh, it's even bass combo, Abby. Okay, the bassist,
the musician was there is like a full,
everybody's there. By God's grace.
very nice big speaker.
Uh, get sufficient speakers, like I said earlier, for your space. If you can, talk to your leaders to help you out, please, sir. We need more PAs.
Just one speaker itself is really little there. So if I now
Uh,
use two,
no, that at least you have more PAs, you'll be able to manage. You have more control. Oh, this guy. So I know that instead of me putting guitar, bass, everything on one listen that mask each other up, I can put only guitar on one monitor and then he's just hearing himself more. And everybody else is not going to complain to me that I can't hear myself because I'm going to shoot him. So that's one thing. And like I said, smaller spaces, just try to convince you. See, as an audio engineer, you're also a marketer. Try to market IEM. Try to sell IEM to your leaders that please use the fast because it will save you. It will save you a lot of hassle, but especially in small spaces. It will save you a lot of hassle. And cage drums, as that one is another. I was able to convince my leaders to get me those two. Cage the drum, IEM. My life is now easier. It's a testimony. So keep striving and pushing for that. For now, you manage your resources. Any more question? Hola,
Okay,
welcome.
I want to ask about the physical mixing and the online mixing.
Okay, that is tomorrow's topic, not today. We have about 30 minutes to go and freshen up, walk around. If you want to buy water, and then come back here and finish up things. Are we good? Yeah. Have a nice freshening up, guys.
My name is Ben, and I co-founded SoundHook with Sean. I think we've been friends for years now. I've lost count on the years. Yeah, I was streaming online as well, right? And I heard him say things about the source, the source, the source, the source. And I believe generally in sound, right? Generally in sound, besides our guitar, our line inputs, the next thing we have are our mic inputs. So there are majorly two input source in sound, either your line input or your mic inputs. And today I'll be talking about microphone techniques, stage setup, and how they both add up to a great show. At SoundHook, beyond doing operation tasks, I also join my team to ensure we have proper stage planning, proper stage setup, and managing production generally. So, yeah, welcome to my TED Talk today. So, just 1 minute. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we have 3 focus areas today. One will be different type of mics, and sorry, I think I have some typo mistakes in my slide. Different type of mics and their application, right? And for this session, we're going to talk about 3 major things that make up a mic and how to choose the right microphone. Then from there, we're going to go into scenic design, and best practices for mic placements. And the major focus area for this part will be what we will aim in this area is possible technical challenges. Possible technical challenges in element positioning and how positioning enhances performance. Elements in this case are so the thing is we have our stage. Our stage is a platform. Everything that gets on that stage are majorly elements. And then we have the stakeholders, which are the people that uses these elements. Then from there, we're going to go into managing stage monitor and in-ear system. And what I would talk about here, majorly my experience so far, because primarily I'm a stage mix engineer, but I mean, over time, my team has forced me to also do, or my church has forced me to do front of house. But when I get on gig, I'm majorly the guy on stage. I do the patching, complex patching, as the case may be, and whatever you would imagine of. So I'll be sharing my tips on how to manage floor wedges, right? And how to have optimal coverage at the same time and not having feedback, because I know that's a flip side. We are fighting between having optimal coverage and also fighting not having feedback while at that. So yeah, my talk are always very interactive. So I would start with microphones, right? And you know, while our outputs are good, the input is more important, right? Because if you don't have a good input source, you will do more extra work. I mean, that is where the speech is coming from. Take an analogy of, you know, at times we go to an event, we scream at the top of our voice, and I think it's more common with ladies. After then you hear them saying, like they can't really speak well, right? As much as you can hear, the fault is from them. You understand? So, but when they can speak audibly, you can hear them clearly. So that's just an analogy for why the input source is very, very important. I'm not disputing the fact that our outputs are equally important. And I read something here. You can't mix your way out of a bad input source. Input or source. Input source, regardless. So I mentioned earlier that we are going to be talking about three major things that makes up a microphone. One is what we call transducers. Two is what we call directionality or polar patterns in the case. And the third one is frequency response. Now, you see, our mics, right? I think I have some mics here. Okay. Yes. So, as our mics are, right, they are primarily transducers. Okay, I can't lose this one. The capsule is tightened. Okay. Our mics are transducers, right? And some other components that we use to determine the type of mics that we need to get are understanding how these guys respond based on direction and understanding their polar patterns. And also, each microphone has their, generally, right, there's a wide spectrum of polar frequency response that each microphone responds to, right? That's why you see us use different microphones for different use cases. Sorry. So that's why you have us use different microphones for different use cases. So as I said, our mics are majorly transducers, right? And sorry, please. Okay. And transducers are in physics, right? Because sound is more of physics and a little bit of mathematics, as the case may be, right? And in physics, transducers are that thing or component that converts one type of energy to the other, right? And for microphones, it converts sound wave to electrical energy. And that is what our console gets and process, like the same sound wave but converted in electrical format, right? That is what microphones actually do. Like, technically, that's what they do. So we have two types of transducers, or two types of microphone, as the case may be, right? Just have it at the back of your mind that this device that we call microphone are transducers. We have, number one, the dynamic microphone, and number two, the condenser microphones, right? And the concept of how microphone works are majorly electromagnetism concepts, if you understand physics, or better still, make additional research, as Sion has said. So each mics have, please, can I get the mic? This is an example of a condenser mic, right? And let me, sorry, I have to turn this off. So I will give it back to you, please. Okay. This dude here is your microphone, actually. This is like the transducers. Yeah. So this dude here is maybe like a windscreen, as we'll call it, right? And we have this foam inside that acts more like a pulp filter for our voice, like you see a foam here and all of that. Now, a condenser microphone or transducers are made up of three major components, right? One is this is the capsule, right? It's made up of the diaphragm. I can't open this, else you want me to spoil this mic. Then inside this guy, you have coil, right? And inside the coil, we have magnet, right? And this is how sound works, or microphone works. When I start speaking into this guy, that ear vibration that comes to this guy makes it vibrate, right? Hence, making that coil also move. Now, the movement of that coil around that magnet is what converts that sound energy to electrical energy. Cool? All right, cool. So that's how microphone works. Now, for our condenser mics, right, it's a bit different from the way it works is a bit different from this. Let me pack this back. So, in case you all have questions. Yep. And yeah, we have our mic back. Check. Yeah. And yeah, then we have sorry, just to show us around. Yeah, and then we have condenser microphones. I don't know, I don't think I can lose this. But the way condenser mics works is different. Still same transducers, right? But the way it converts its own energy is different. In the condenser mic, yes, we have the diaphragm, right? But the condenser mic doesn't have the coil. It has a conductor, as the case may be, at the back of the diaphragm, right? Then in between the diaphragm that takes the sound air wave, there are magnets. So each time sound comes to this guy, the movement is the one that converts, because mics also have their plus and minus. Right? That is why we see our, okay, just by the way, our XLRs, these cables here, are also plus, minus, and I think X. Right? I heard when Sean said in a particular event, I used the microphone to touch a particular stage, and it sparked and really shocked him. Because I was with him, I was touching him. You know how electric current works now. You will get, I think you get shocked first before the source. Yeah, so I was like, yo, bro. And as I said, yes, about 4 amps went down in that event. So you need to understand that's why we have these pins. It's plus, minus, and this. Now, for this to work, I know some of us have heard about phantom power, right? Anybody knows what phantom power is? Like, why do we even use phantom power? Okay. So now, you know I mentioned that there's a conductor at the back of this dude, right? The way this guy works, it needs additional power for it to like process whatever sound wave that is coming into this guy. So that's why we give this. It's either, most times, it's 48 volts, right? So it needs a 48 volt power to work. So note that our XLR cables don't just carry audio signal, they also carry power. Right? That's why the mic can get shocked and all of that. So Sean also spoke about active and passive speaker. This is an example of an active microphone, right? Because it needs power for it to function well. So, and the power is sent to, he also mentioned something about preamp, right? So, yeah, that's it about type of microphone. There's something they call ribbon. The technique after dynamic mic, but I don't think they really use that a lot because it's loud sound can easily get it damaged. So that's why I'm not focusing on that now. So generally you see we have dynamic and we have condenser mics. Now, we've done that. Let's go into what we call directionality of microphones and polar patterns. Now, it is very, very important to understand this because you see how mic works. I think I will have to. Okay, I will just use this in case you guys have questions. How mic works is, as you see this dude, right? You see everything is like circular form, right? It's and all of these have like an angle. It's circular like this, but as you can see, it's circular. But actually, inside of it, this is the circle. I don't know how to explain it, but the circle is maybe vertical than what you're seeing now. It's like this circle you're seeing is turned like this, right? So each we have about three. Okay, yeah. Let me show us this. As we can see here, this is the mic. Actually, how it works, right? You know, when I was young, we used to have a program then in my local church. It's 7 nights, and engineers from Redemption Camp do come, and all. Then I see them. They have this big protractor. They used to do all of those jargons, and I'd be like, "Yo, what are these guys actually doing?" Right? More like they're trying to measure the angle where they need to place the floor wedges in line with where the person handling the microphone is staying. And you would see in some shows, right, production manager gets to tape some part of your stage and all of that. Some of them use it for security reasons so that I don't fall off stage. But yeah, we still see our artists fall. Sorry to them, right? And some of them just let you know that, yo, if you go beyond that, there's nothing I can do. Like you're on your own, you get, right? So, yes, so that's like what our microphone looks like. Now, let's talk about, oh, sorry. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. I have to sync these two screens together, right? So, and we all know decibels, right? Yeah, so your microphone, the way it is right now, is going from -5. This is like your diaphragm, right? Until like it's -20 decibels. So that's why you see the way, if you talk slowly, it's a particular decibel that your voice gets to. If you shout, there's a particular decibel it gets to, right? So now, talking about directionality, which is also called polar patterns, right? We have 3 major ones. I don't know if there's another one, but from my experience so far, it's 3. We have the unidirectional, or what they just call directional, right? We have the bidirectional, and we have the omnidirectional. Please, guys in the monitoring room, if you can help me with recording mic, please. So, most mics you would see in most use case, like in our church and like you would find around, are mostly unidirectional, right? And I would use the graph to explain why most of us get to use unidirectional based on our use case. Because the reason is most of the use case we have around requires us to use unidirectional microphones. Thank you. Okay, yes, cool. Yes. This microphone can do all the 3 directions. That's why I asked them to bring it out, so I'll show us. So for unidirectional, right, we have what we call cardioid, we have what we call supercardioid, and then we have what we call hypercardioid. Most microphones you'll find around in our region, like in our use case, are majorly cardioid mics. Now, yes, so you remember what I showed us earlier, right? Now, cardioid mics are designed in such a way that this is the cycle that we are seeing right now. Yeah, it picks sound more from the front here. Then, as you go sideways, the sensitivity, right, reduces. And At 180, like it picks nothing. That's why most times in church I tell them, yo, 1 BGV per mic. Because the truth is, I've seen, like, we growing up, there are some things we just did and we learned that, oh, yo, I shouldn't be doing this actually. If my professional self now catch my whatever self, then I should actually chop cane. You get right? So, but then growing up, we see like about 4 auto singers on one mic. Right? One will be here, the other one will be here, the other one will be here, then one maybe new choir member, somewhere around 3 of them, right? Now the truth is, while the mic might pick the sound a little bit from the guy here, right? This guy here is still covering up most of the angle. So there's no point having 2 people on this type of mic that has this polar pattern, right? And as I said, most of the mics we see around, like for our general application, are mostly cardioid. So I believe you understand that your mic, your diaphragm is like a full circle, and this is technically how it works. Now we have, under the cardioid, we have the hypercardioid and the supercardioid polar pattern, right? And what's these ones, the reason they are different from the cardioid is where they all pick sound from as well. Like there's like an additional degree, or what's the circular, like where they pick their sound from in that circular diaphragm, right? They can pick some additional sound, like the sensitivity is much. So, but I won't focus too much on this because most of the guys would technically use, or I advise you use, is cardioid. Now, the reason I said so is because I'll get to the part of floor wedges, right? Now, have you ever thought and asked yourself that why do they place floor wedge in front of the singer and not the back of the person? We have 2 ears, right? I should be able to place my floor wedge anywhere, or my floor monitor. Anybody? Yes, that is an answer, but not. I won't entirely agree with it. From the technical conversation we've had now, yeah, I want a more technical answer. That answer now is something I'll give my pastor that doesn't really understand sound. Sir, we have to put it here because it's facing the back of the mic. But as an engineer to an engineer, man to man.
I just feel because the direction of our own ears.
Okay. One more person before I give my answer. Okay. So I would give my answer again. Now, one of the reasons they do that is to avoid feedback. And the primary reason why feedback occurs is I talk to this mic. It comes out in a speaker. The speaker is then picking the voice coming from this mic. The mic is then picking the voice coming from that speaker. Going through that cycle. That is why we have feedback. Now, since I've explained that, looking at the polar pattern we have on our screen right now, you can see that the back of this microphone, there's no sound coming. It can't pick, and it's not sensitive behind here. It's only sensitive here. Now, the reason why that feedback happens, as Sean's earlier mentioned, right, is there's a volume issue to it. Is that means your sound is as loud as the mic, then the mic in front of me now, then picking the sound the audio coming from the floor wedge or the speaker generally. That's why most times you see we don't get to. Okay, you must have seen maybe in church your pastor walks to the left or to the right, and you hear that sharp feedback. That's because the PA is behind him. Like recently, I don't know what's happening. Most of our as you understand, right? They prefer preaching from the altar now, like from like the congregation, right? As compared to the normal being on stage. Now it's a bit of a problem for us because they are in front of the speaker, right? I'll talk about my techniques to managing that. So that is the major reason why they don't only place it in front. You see some people shift it to the side, right? But you don't see people putting it at the back. That's the major reason. Because left to me, I'll put the floor wedge at your leg so that you can hear yourself very well. But that's feedback I'm writing letters to. So now we have what we call bi-directional polar pattern, right? As compared to the unidirectional or single direction, right? Bi-direction means it picks sound from here, it picks sounds from the back as well, right? Now, you won't find us using such in our churches, like on stage and all of that. Have you asked yourself, these guys that shoot movie, most times they use one mic and you see someone carrying it. From what I've said so far, what polar pattern is that mic that they are using? Okay, I will answer to save us time. For me, I believe it's either a bidirectional or omnidirectional because they want to just capture the sound from everybody. That's why most times you see them using one very long boom mics. You get so. As from your understanding of unidirectional, just place it here bidirectional. So if imagine you using a bidirectional mic on stage, that's trouble because you did talk and you get so that's an issue, right? Now then we have the omnidirectional. Sorry, this diagram is wrong, please. Omnidirectional is picking the sound from everywhere. Now see this mic. Right, you'll see that we have currently it's at looking at the logo here, right? Currently it's positioned as cardioid, right? That means it's only picking from one end, right? If I put it here, that means two people can. That's why you see in studio, right? Now, if I've switched it here, most times the application is maybe I want to have two people record at the same time, right? This bi-directional works more in when you're having two people record and all of that. So they are going to be standing facing each other as the case may be. So for our choirs that want to have 4 people on one mic, they can go and buy something like that. But another thing is it's expensive. Right. Now, if I switch it to down here, that means if I put this mic in the middle of this room, if anybody talks, it will pick the person's voice. So that's technically what polar pattern is all about, right? And we can now use this to decide what type of mic we should use for what type of use case, right? And we can then tell our administrators, yes, I think I found the right language to use, to always let us know when they want to purchase certain gears, right? So, yeah. That is clear, right? Any question before I move on? Okay, that is one. That's the second thing that makes up the mic. I explained how microphone works, and then I spoke about how to choose the right mic for your application from like the direction and all. There's one additional thing, right? Which is frequency response, right? I know Shewan already spoke about frequency to us, so I will just focus majorly on the frequency response of microphones. You know, he said something about. I will just rephrase or give an additional thought process to what he said earlier. We have our frequency, right, from 20 Hz to 20K, right? And it was like, has anybody thought about why do we have that? Now, I was reading recently, and I know one of the reasons why we also created SoundHook as well is to ensure we don't harm ourselves with the sound that we listen to. Because if you see me in any event and I see any pregnant woman or someone that is with a child sitting in the front of a sub, I will tell the person, it's not. It's while it is for you, it is more of for the baby that you have with you. Can you please walk out of like the direct range of this PS? Because I don't know if we've stood in front of some sub before and like you are feeling like you can't breathe. Yes, the sound might be good, but that's why you see at times when we audio engineers, right, set up, we tell them sitting arrangement or standing arrangement should start at certain meters, right? That's because you can, from your show, go to the show. You get, like, because I think sub frequencies affect our. That's why at times we can feel it, but some people that's when they stand like, nah, yeah, I want it. So we have like some of this frequency range at 20 to 40 hertz. It's only some very top end subwoofers, right? That can relate to that frequency. That's how you see some events. They get to you see some events like some engine. I don't know if you guys found it on IG. Like they hold their at some point in the event, at some time code in the event, they get to hold their console. I mean, they've done rehearsal with these guys, and those guys want to push some frequencies that definitely going to vibrate everywhere, right? But most of the time, that's why you see, even in our soul frequency, we get to still cut our low end to around 40, 30 something, 40 hertz, because that is where your sub frequencies actually are, right? And you can feel. But there we have our bass and whatnot. So I'm not here to talk about frequencies. I'm here to talk about frequency response as regards to microphone. Okay, so before I go there, who would agree with me? Okay, just a quick one. As I was saying, you can see if you open your mic, you would see these two cables. That's your plus and minus, technically, right? Now, who will agree with me that the frequency response of this microphone, of course, is a bit thicker than this, right? They are the same digital reference, right? But they don't have the same frequency response. Who agree with me? Right. So that's why you see at times they will say this is kick mic, this is vocal mic, this is instrument mic, And there are some mics that have very flat or almost flat frequency response, right? So when choosing your microphone, you also need to understand first, right? You understand how mic works. You understand using the direction of the microphone. Now you also need to understand the application and choose the mic for such application, because I won't use this to mic the kick and use this to mic the snare. That also comes with understanding the frequency response of the instruments you are working with. Should I still classify myself as a drummer? Okay. Okay. You see, the reason I mentioned drum is because a drum kit on its own, right? I hope the drummers in the house know that your drum kit also has each instrument, right? Or drum has its frequency range, like your sub, your tom, your snare. Now, it will take a drummer that understands that to be able to tune the drums well, right? Now, once that drum is tuned well, that's why you hear that from engineers that, or even check the EQ of the drums. Most times they don't do a lot for a good sounding drum. So most times it's just to the frequency of the drum is almost related to the frequency of the mic you are using to mic it. So what you just do is maybe a little bit cut here, cut there, and boost as the case may be. So of course there's like a lot of frequency response, but I will just take two. If we can, I think I'll just pass my laptop around so we can see. Okay, so I want to use two. I want to show us the frequency response of two different microphones. But before I go there, you see what we have on our screen right now, right? If you look at then just to add that the frequency response defines majorly the range of sound that the microphone can produce or reproduce, as the case may be. And frequency response, right, defines the range of sound. Now, the range of sound is the range of the input coming into it. That's why I said I won't use a drum mic to mic snare and use this. There's actually no snare mic, as the case may be, or no kick mic. It's just using the right mic, understanding the frequency response to mic the source that has same frequency range. So frequency response defines the range of sound that microphone can reproduce and how its output varies within that range. And let me not lie to you, the frequency response is the most significant factor to determining your mic. Because, I mean, I also not want to give, if all mics work the same way, you won't see us having different mics. So one mic fits all things. The reason I'm bringing out this mic, I have my reason. You see this mic? I will try and like check the frequency, but I've seen, of course, for dudes that also know what they are doing, is this mic, I've seen people, like for me, from my experience, it has like the general, I've seen people use this mic as vocal. I've seen people use this mic for instruments. I've seen people use this mic to mic kicking, right? And that's because, like, I'll show the frequency response, then we would discuss together why they use it, right? So, as I was saying, right, we know this chart that we are seeing on our screen, right? I think Sean talked about it. Okay. So, majorly, two most important parts of frequency response is the flat and the shaped, right? Flat is, it mostly will work for any general use case. That's why, and the second one is the shaped frequency response. Then the other one, or shaped or tailored, like tailored for this use case. A vocal microphone is tailored for the vocal frequency range. That's why I know growing up too, we've used this type of microphone. I've put it inside kick. You get. And I mean, that's why I said, but I will never do that. You get. So, because I understand that this is designed for vocals, right? Okay. I hope you understand that, right? So, looking at the frequency charts that we have here, right, we can see that around, maybe around 200 to 1K, it's almost flat, right? And around 10K, right? So this type of mic, right, will shine better in the sibilance area. Like that's crispness that you get to hear, right? And you see that from 100K, from 20K to 100K is like cuts. Now the thing is, for this type of mic, understanding what frequency is before, right? If you use this type of mic to mic an instrument that depicts frequency between, say, 20 and 100, if you like, do all the EQ, you know, nothing will happen because the mic wasn't designed to respond to that frequency. You understand? So that's why we have different mics for different use case, for different application. Is that clear? All right. Okay. So, boring talk. Any question before I move on? Okay, so let's go to all right. Please, the mic. Yes, turn it on.
So my question is
Is the mic on? Oh, check. Please talk.
1, 2. Okay.
Yeah.
So my question is, when you're talking about not using this, I mean, vocal mic for maybe kick drum or maybe some drum stuff. So what about talking drummer? When you have a talking drummer,
So
and,
so the talking drum also, right, has its frequency range. So as a sound engineer, what I would do is I go and study the frequency. You know, I talk about frequency response, not frequency range. I'll go and study the frequency range of each instrument that needs mic. See, that is how you would do better with EQ. Studying the frequency range of each instrument, knowing their sweet spots, like where they respond better. For example, most vocals, right? You see around that 250, just because those are mid-range. They don't sound better there. So just, yes, the mic was designed because, we can't just drop it completely, but that's why we have the leverage of, see, cutting down those EQ. So if I understand the frequency range of my gongo, then I will know the mic to use for it because I know the frequency response of that microphone. That answers the question. Okay. Think that. Okay.
All right. My question is about the first category, about transducers. Because it's basically about how they convert energy. And then I've heard about, you mentioned the two ribbon microphones. So I'm trying to see how ribbon microphones convert their energy that is different from, because I feel it's not a condenser mic. So I'm in the place that, is it the same way dynamic microphones convert, or there's an alternative way they convert? So I'm just trying to say, what is this ribbon mics really about?
There's, I spoke about dynamic. I spoke about condenser, and I told you the way they convert is different. For ribbon microphone, they have more of aluminum foil, right? I think that's those are the components, one of the components used in building such mics. So that's why I mentioned loud sound into that mic tears the stuff. So why would I want to buy a mic? And I know that when my praise singer, they've been converting favor now, like Lawrence Oyor song. When they scream into that mic and it gets damaged, what's the point? So it's different. The converting mechanism is different from dynamic mic. It's different from condenser microphones. So that's just it. Cool? All right. So any question before I move on to this very interesting part? Okay. Since everybody's silent, I'll move on. So the other part is what I call stage and stakes. Stakes means stakeholder. Right? I don't want it to be too boring. I mean, some stakes. Right? Now, I wrote something here that the show starts. The ball is now in your court. You have one goal, right? Make the stakeholders happy. Have you prepared? Now, you are on stage. Like, we're talking about the microphones and all of that. Your work is very, very important as well, right? Because the front of house mix engineer mixes for the crowd. And if you compare the number of them that understand sound to the guys that are coming to use the elements, right, they are few. So the sound is good or not, they still vibe. But now, that's not the focus. A client has called you for a gig, right, coming with 10 guest artists, right? Now, I'll tell you one thing I do personally is I go and read up on this guest artist, but masterclass. All right, so 10 guest artists are coming, right? And they are using your mics. They are using your floor wedges. They are using your side fill. Like, they are using all the elements on stage. Now, between me and you, if I go to somewhere and I don't enjoy their service, will I go back there? Okay, so that's just technically how it is, right? So now the thing is, they will change this for you on stage. They will give the clients the feedback as well. Then it's now left to the client to say, I don't think I'm going to use this guy again. Right, so that's why I said the show has started already, right? You see all those microphone that we spoke about, you've done your homework, you've chosen the right microphone, you know how to position your floor wedges, you know where to position your side fill, and you also understand the coverage angle of your speakers as well. I wasn't told to talk about that, so maybe some other time or get to read about it, because there's how your speaker as well affects your sound and how it causes feedback. So you've done all of that thing. That's why I asked that, have you prepared? I will assume that from all our conversations now, right, we are prepared. But before the show, there are some things that we still need to consider. Now, we've moved a little bit out of the technical part, because as stage engineers, you have to own your technical skill and also own your people skill. Right? Now, one thing is element positioning, right? Some of us have seen in most events, drum is always in the middle. in some other events, they put the drum at a particular end. Any question why people do that thing, like why they position the drum in the middle? Anybody thought of that before? Okay, so I'll move on. So for each event, right, there is no pattern to how you should actually position your stuff. First is you need to understand what the client expectation is, right? Understand the elements coming on stage. Understand, so what I'm trying to do here, I'm trying to use football term, right, to explain this. Now, you see, I mentioned something about the team and their co-wingers. For example, the percussionists, they are brothers. So imagine you put talking drum here. You now have to put omele at maybe alagbaka. Yes, even if there's in here, right? You know that synergy between guys is very, very important, right? That's why you see most times, right, they get to put the bass guitarist beside the drummer. It's not just coincidence, because most times, and I believe our musicians in church understands this. Oh, jeez. Sorry. Sorry. 6 BGVs, they put the 2 alto, the 2 soprano, the 2 tenor together, so that when I'm going off, my brother is helping me. You understand? Now, after that is done, right? Also, there's a reason why at times they put like the lead guitarist close to the aux guy, the main guy is somewhere, and as the case may be, right? And you also don't want to put your own guys close to your vocalist. You also don't want to put your drum without a drum sheet close to the microphone, because they will bleed into each other, right? And it's a problem for you if you want to maybe do post-production, as the case may be. So you need to understand the team, right, and their co-wingers. Once you've done that, right, another thing you need to understand is the visual presentation of the stage. You don't want to hide anybody. You understand? So you see, there's no particular rule to drums always being in the middle. For me, I'll put my drum in the middle if I know I have a very wide stage and I can push my BGVs to forward, or put my BGVs to a particular side and put the drum in the middle. Or if I have the drum cage and have a smaller stage and the client says, I want my drum in the middle, that's how people used to do it, then I'll be like, sir or ma, we might have to do this or this, just trying to let the client understand. So you need to understand all of that, right? Now, when you've done that, you will now know where to position certain elements on stage, right? The main person singing, what's the main instrument is playing, is there a particular person he wants to communicate to better? You don't hide that person from the sight of the main guy. So if I'm a singer and the person that is gingering me is the drummer, I always want to, if I turn like this, I should be able to see the person easily, right? So all of that come together will decide how you position your elements on stage. And some safety precaution as well is, most times on our stage, I'm using a live scenario now as an example, right? I don't want to push someone that is very energetic to the edge of the stage, like the drummer. The person can fall off. And that's in production, Sha. Today we are talking about mics and mic placement, right? Now, that takes me to mic placement. How should I place my mic? I've told you guys the answer before, right? Majorly, one factor that you have to consider to placing your mic is knowing your direction of the microphone, right? Now, I'll cite an example. That is for guys that are using floor wedges, right? Most times we put the floor wedge in front of them and they're holding the mic this way. For the saxophonists, as the case may be, if they are, for the on guys, as the case may be, if they are using floor wedges, right? You don't put it behind them as well. You put it in front of them. Majorly, for most of our dynamic mics, right, you put it in front of, so that the 180 degrees, the one pointing to the floor wedge. Now, we have, in the case where we have side fill, right, on stage, any one of us asks, why do they push the side fill to the side of the stage? Why is he always at the side, left and right? Why did they not bring it close? It should be closer to the vocalist, or as the case may be. And at times we have side fill for vocalist, we have side fill for musician. Actually, I don't think there's a reason for that. Okay. Use the mic plus for your live streaming.
Okay, so I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we've been talking about mic positioning in relation to speaker positions.
Mm-hmm.
But for most Tumba setups,
Okay.
their talking drummers monitor is always behind the talking drummer.
Have you are when at what point did you go to the event? When they are doing sound check or when they are done with the sound check? When they are doing sound check. When they are done, okay. Now, let me explain something to you. You are taking me to something out of the scope of my work. The low end frequency, right? They travel further. If you put an opaque object in front of your high end frequency, that thing is blocking any sound going to that guy. You understand? So most times when they are playing, right, they are in front of this dude. That doesn't mean it won't still pick sound. Now, it's a matter of the engineer knowing I have cut down the frequency I can, right? And also, they don't stand. That's why it's problem for the engineers. That's why most times you just see them, please use IAM, right? But as you said, Tungba, and with Tungba, the language you use though, with Tungba comes feedback. And it is technically what we've said, right? Go outside of Nigeria. How many dudes have you seen put speaker behind the user of the microphone? I think that answers the question. So that they're doing it doesn't mean it's right. Will they change? I don't know. Right? But I will tell you for a fact, if you successfully convince one of these talking drummer, as the case may be, to use IEM, they don't want to go back to that. So it's, as I said, right, it's a mix of technicality and people skill. So that they are doing it doesn't mean it's right. And that's why you see most of the time we have a lot of feedback. I know pillar, that's what you're talking about, right? Yeah. So most of the time there's always feedback. At times you see some engineers say when they are done, they should push the mic up. I don't know if you've encountered such. It still doesn't solve the problem. Relatively, but just work on your EQ, right? And let them know let them know that at this point that you can't continue again. Okay. So okay, no problem. So generally, a general rule of thumb is your mic placement should majorly be relative to where you have your PAs. You understand? And for stuffs like drums, let me explain. We've had cases here where we have, I don't know if you guys have had cases where you add kick in, kick out. That's using 2 microphones on your kick. Now, most of the time, right, it depends on your skill, right? You see us put our microphones, like that one, this one, boom mic, in that hole that will open for our kick drum, right? We don't put it in completely. We don't put it out completely. And if you go check the EQ, right? You know, while we want to have we want to get the bites of that kick, right? Naturally, in a recording session, you see them use 2 mics, kick in, then kick out, right? Majorly the kick in to get the bite. So in that case, you place your kick in mic. Okay, sorry. Okay, in that case, you place your kick in mic. right? That when I'm playing and I can't hear myself well, you don't have the right to increase your volume as far as you are on IAM. Because when you do that, you're increasing the volume of your keyboard on everybody's ears. Not again. So here's the thing, right? So here's the thing. Drummer doesn't have any volume to increase now. Increase now. Only if he starts eating. Oh no. No, no, no. So the thing is, only if he starts eating. Oh no. No, no, no. So the thing is, only if the drummer is only if the drummer decides to only if the drummer is only if the drummer decides to be wicked. And I believe engineers also know what to do to tame drummers down. And I believe engineers also know what to do to tame drummers down. I won't. God bless us. Ensure like you tell them. But one thing to always do. That's why talkbacks or like you tell them. But one thing to always do. That's why talkbacks are actually not just to gist. They're actually to do the actual work. Okay, are you fine? You have to check with them. And you can only do that when you get to solo what feel and everything sounds fine. Let me hear what this keyboard that is shaking his head and enjoying the music he's listening to, and you solo his channel, and the next thing you do is you pull out your IEM. Could be like, yo, what are you listening to? Because like, I mean, I'm soloing your channel, I can hear what you are, but what you are listening to is bare noise. Like, you have everybody in your ears, phonists in your ear very well. So that when someone comes and asks for more volume, you still headroom for yourself to, okay, you need more volume, push it. And let me tell you one thing, most of the time, it's just psychology. They don't need more volume. At times, it's just more volume, right? And you say yes. So the thing is, they want you to, that's just staging. You have to work with them. I hope my pastor is not listening to this. At times, pastor say, more volume. Like, after this, till the end of the service, everything is fine. Yes. You get. So for you see, for that part, right? That's why I really don't have any pictures like this psychology, understanding people. And one thing is, once you start working with people over and over again, like with time, you know what they want without the keyboardist even saying. Okay. You know what they want automatically. So one thing you just have to do is, if you've done everything Cheryl mentioned, like your channel strip is perfect, you have additional headroom for yourself, right? Managing or monitoring your floor wedges shouldn't be an issue. Another thing as well is, I think over time for me, right, is to just use, if at all I need side fill on stage, is just use like a side fill, right? And like the musicians are on IAM as the case may be. So, and you have one goal, and that goal is just to make your stakeholder happy. And that is where I'm going to end my talk. So any general question before, I know we've taken our time, yeah. Any general question before I continue, or before we close for today? No question. All right. Sheil, do you have anything for us?
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful session. It's really impacted lives. Am I wrong? Okay, I'm wrong. All right, guys. So now let's move into hands-on session. If you want to come around, cheat, feel it, turn knobs, do everything that you want to do. Maltreat this board, but don't spoil the board. Anyways, um, yeah, that's the next session we are moving into. Just hands-on session, and let's just have fun with the board and see what and practice what we've heard today. Tomorrow we are going to be doing like actual mix. I'm going to be playing a virtual mix, and we're going to break down how I achieve a good mix from board to broadcast.
So they mentioned mic placement, right? But I believe our PAs also have their frequency response. So you see, you need to understand frequency response, frequency range. Your IEMs too have their frequency range, right? You just need to understand them, right, and mix accordingly.
You are putting your hands together. Clap. Alright, so with guidance, we are going to come here. I know I said do anyhow to this dog, but I'll be here watching us. And in case you have any question, can feel free to ask me, and by God's grace, with the little knowledge I have, I should be able to answer you. Amen. Let's move on to that. Get up. Gather around. She says so. This is the routing section that I was talking about. I need to reposition the. Tell Tim I need to reposition this camera. Can you just big? No, don't remove it. Just carry the whole thing. So this is the routing section. How many of you know this section on the mixer? How many of you have seen something like this?
I'm used to analog.
Analog.
I'm still using analog,
So this is where the magic happens. If you see all these things, they feel like maths. Yes. This is where it happens. Get everything, outputs, all of that.
so basically the routing is like where you want what to go. Where
Yes,
you
exactly.
and all that.
I go. Hold on a minute. So where you want what to go, you can see this input section now. I can tell it to. There's what they call AES. It's like a protocol. They call it protocol. It's like a communication system from what they call a stage box to the mixer, to digital mixers that supports AES protocol.
I mean the stage box like the snake or whatever that connects.
Not audio link now. That's audio link that has many many XLR inputs. And if you notice at the back of this, you see that there's one Ethernet.
This Cat6 cable.
It's sending signal from a stage box. In this case, we are not even sending it to a stage box. So it's talking to another mixer using this AES protocol.
So what is that stage box?
The stage, I'll show you one. Okay, it's Sam. Can you get me the stage boxes? Or Ben? Show us one now. So what is here is local. Local meaning on board. A. There are two ports. There are two ports at the back of this that is labeled AES, where the internet cable is AES, A and AES. So this is a stage box. This is a DL32 stage box, Midas stage box. If you check the back, you have the AES. Yeah. So if I connect this to this, it sees it. If you can see, look at connected devices. See that it's connected to another mix. I have a wing in the studio there. So it's like I said, it's like a two-way communication system. So this one can talk to that. The mixer can, they can literally, when I say talk, I mean send signal to each other. No, just products that support AES protocol. You understand? So it doesn't necessarily have to be. But if they don't support, then there's another protocol there's another solution. A higher one. You got it.
In terms of the analog, can we also run that? Maybe I've seen a case where
Yes, you can split. It's called in case of if you are using, let's say I'm connecting this mixer through this stage box and I want to connect to another mixer that doesn't use use the same protocol AES. Let's go low now. Check. I want to use another mixer that doesn't use the same protocol. Then there's a splitter. You need to split both signal. So one will be entering this, another will be entering the stage box. In place of Yamaha and Midas, they are enemies. They don't communicate on the same protocol system. So you need a split. Even with Allen and E2, you need a splitter to connect. You split those signals to a D live stage box for Allen and Heat.
So now, instead of having that, audio link,
Instead of having a bunch of cables connecting, blah, blah, you just connect just one cable. Just one cable carries 32 channels. Same thing can happen. Right now, we are using. Right now he's taking my own signal for stream. So I'm the one that is giving him signal. So he's now taking the signal from wherever I position it in the system as I'll take this, move it. Uh, uh, can always go. Can always go. I'm coming. I don't want to tamper with this. I don't want to tamper with this mic at all. This mic at all. I want to 9. Got it. So it was based on the route. It was based on the routing that I did that it was showing trim because I'm not that I did that it was showing trim because I'm not. Why is showing trim? Because that means this mixer is not the host.
so you cannot
So I cannot host. So I cannot. So that one. So that's why it's showing trim instead of gain. Uh, they use trim. Uh, they use trim. So it's still. I mean, they do the same thing, but the reason why this one is called trim is because you are trimming whatever. trimming, whatever. So yeah, gain, preamp. Even in the it's you can see the preamps. So these ones are even the onboard, the local preamps. This ones are, you see them. So are the preamps. Look at, as soon as I switch to AESB, where the other mixer was, it started showing me the preamp of that one. Get. So like I said, the channel strip or the signal flow is coming under your preamp. You have your phantom power and what? What is this? You know, because it's called polarity switch. So that one too, masterclass. But it helps flip polarity. Oh, I turn on polarity, it flips it. So now let me explain polarity. I will just explain polarity. You take it, you go and read up more on it. You guess. You know your wave goes the peaks and then all this. So what this does, it just flips it. So let's say it was going like this, it just flips it upside down. And why we do that most times, sometimes two sources can be in the same polarity, which is bad. They cancel out. They cancel out. It's not masking per se, but they cancel out each other, and then you either get a lower volume sound. Just go like this happens to mic, same sources, but they are not in phase. Let's use that word, not in phase. Sound or a robust sound, you get like a light sound. So once it can happen either ways. It can be that when you turn it on, it's inverted, and then you have to turn it off, disengage it, and then everything is now in phase, and then it sounds properly. So, like I said, read up on it. Polarity switch.
My question is in the cases of wireless mic,
Yes.
where like two mic interfere with each other and the other one is
That one now is not necessarily phase and polarity issue because it's not the same source. Different sources. So where your problem is in your router and the bandwidth of that channel. That is, you know that each channel, each router side has its own frequency bandwidth that it picks. So sometimes if it's quite close, they can interfere, the signals can interfere with each other. So that's one of the things. You see, there are different parts in production, which is one. I'll tell you, oh, there's a mix engineer. There's what they call RF engineer. What frequencies do these read? Radio frequencies. So the RF engineer, but we in this part of the world, Bobonishe. So there, you see, that's why you see some white guys say, I'm monitor mix engineer, finish. Then they now RF. This ones they sit down with. I mean, this is not complex. This our rigging here is not so complex. You get somebody can do it. You can do it side by side. But when you are talking about 20 mics, and you have to allocate radio frequency bandwidth to if it's done. If that happens in one show, they will sack you and you not get work for the year. So what you are saying now is a radio frequency issue. You need to check, scan through, the bandwidth of your, and then it's better when it's a higher mics have higher radio frequency, you know, numbers. And the higher the radio frequency number, the closer is it to mast. The same radio frequency with mast. And once there's a mast nearby, it can also cause problem for you too. So my advice, scan again. Scan till you find out that they are not interfering with each other. So that should solve the case. If not, buy another mic. So moving on, preamp, low cuts. This is the, you can click, literally they have view for every section. View, once you click on the view button, but this is like an overview get of the whole channel and whatever processing that you've done on it. So you can click on this. What you have here is the source, and you can see that okay, oh, I choose. You can also route from here. Understand? Like let's say I want my channel 9 to be picking from channel 11 instead. If you can see it, channel 9 input 11. See how flexible digital mixers.
Instead of looking for
Instead of,
to loop,
let's say I have a redundant mic, like a mic in case my pastor mic, like a mic in case my pastor mic goes off and it is on channel 10. I plugged it. And I don't want to now start scratch from scratch. Just scratch from scratch. Just change it here. Oh, just change it. Switch. Shut up. It's already, it has, so same setting, just different source. No, same mic is literally, let's say this is identical microphones.
So that
Yeah.
you can copy the same.
But instead of you come and say, let me now do the EQ of this other mic
Frequency.
and all those that, you just change the source and that's all. Everything remains the same, just a different source. So there's a different source. So there's low cut up to 400 hertz. That's how much you can cut. And there's phantom power. You know what phantom power is? You know what use phantom power to power? Condenser microphones or devices that need phantom power, not just condenser microphones.
I wanted to ask, like,
Okay.
why do we have the myth that when my for phantom here, Umajo mixer,
Because the power is double.
no, is it going to burn the mixer actually, or
If it was going to burn the mixer, why is it on the mixer?
because I don't understand why some let's say qualifications will be like, Ele, on our own this thing now, I met the plaster the phantom power, so that nobody will go and turn it.
What I know phantom power damages is your
Microphone.
mic, not the mixer, sir.
It's because the power is coming out from the
The mixer is the one powering it 48 volts,
Yes.
not
So you
the other way
you
around.
cannot burn
It's
the
not
mixer.
for the mixer.
And you kept saying this thing doesn't work like that. That if it spoils, which one man did it called spoil buttons?
Exactly. Why would I
That's
create
why I
a
said,
product and then
spoiling it.
create a spoil button? I said, don't touch it. Well, let me not talk about. Let me not use an analogy to explain that. Anyways, like I said, 48 volt phantom power, same thing. You see 48 volts is also known as phantom power. So for any device that needs like DIs, active DI boxes need phantom power. Apart from condense microphone, so they need phantom power. Look out. Okay, now gates. Let's move into gates. This is the noise, exactly. Noise gates. We're straighten gate here. So all these things have knobs to engage and disengage them. Compression, engage, EQ, engage, disengage. think it's only
So here
the
you can
preamp.
choose to compress one channel and not the other.
Yes. Every channel comes with everything, all this full channel strip. So
Why
preamp.
can they not make analog mixers that have this function?
No, they
That's it. Now
they
everything
are
has their function on
the
the
truth
channel
is that
strip.
The
there are
preamp has to be
some
too much. The knobs will be too much now.
no
Have you seen
no, there are some high-end analog mixers that
high end?
have
High end. You
well
said it high end.
oh well this too is higher than analog mixers, many analog mixers, so we call it high end of the analog mixer. This is what I want us to do here. Sorry. I want us to write down, see all those, I'm going to give us a slide I'll send to our mails. So I want us to do our research on the parameters of each of this part of the channel strip. Oh, preamp. What are the parameters I need to know under preamp? Oh, gate. What are the parameters that you can see? Attack, hold, release. What do all these things do? Before I explain them, I want you to go home and go and do that. Tomorrow I'm going to ask questions. So go home, know the parameters of each of this part of channel strip. Now, these gates, I'm not going to touch it today. Tomorrow we are going to.
Cut down like a limiter. Abi?
Ha. A limiter is different from a compressor.
Pardon my this thing like
But
if
yes,
when you don't want certain frequency to go
beyond a certain level.
level, then you put
Well,
limiter.
a limiter is like what's the word now? It's a very wicked compressor. That's the word. So a limiter is a type of compressor too, but then it is much more not not say strong, much more what's the word now? I will use wicked. I use wicked because if compressor allows, because there's what they call ratio. There's what they call ratio. I'll explain all of that tomorrow. I'll go in depth tomorrow. There's what we call ratio. So if you are doing a 3:1 ratio for compressors, you can still have like, oh, I'm compressing 3 dB, but then I can allow something to pass through. But limiters, oh, no way, yeah. Stop you. Stop you, yeah. Don't go any further. You understand? That's how a limiters out. So we talk about all these things. The need, all these things. I'll touch into them tomorrow. And the ones I cannot touch, you pay for masterclass.
Okay, I want to ask, all
Mhm.
these functions, are they also on this
Analog.
Behringer,
XS2.
yeah,
Yes. The funny enough, they are under the same company, Music Tribe. So Music Tribe, you know, but it's just like say Toyota and Lexus. So the Midas is the luxury version of Behringer. So Midas have even higher end mixers than Behringer's highest is Wing. You get, but that's not even near where Midas stops. Midas has a whole lot of high end. You can do your research and check there. And there's even one that just released not quite long, and it has a whole lot of features that fight side by side with them Digico and them big names. So moving forward, you can see view compressor, review it. We've talked about the EQ. Then there's another thing after it. What's it called? What's it? What does it do? Sense. You see all those aux 1, aux 2, aux 3, aux 4, aux 5, aux 6. This is them. It be them. 16 out. It's not. This is a compact. This is a M32R. Is the compact version. This is a M32R. Is the compact version of the M32. I'm sure you have seen an M32 that's a bigger version, but then they have the same functionality. It's just compact, just smaller in size. So yes. So, but then to access all the capabilities, you need to be connected to be a stage box to access. That's you get. So there's still M32, normal one, and then so as you can see, sense. Now that's where the boss comes into play. Look at them, boss section. So the way the mixer is split into inputs and outputs. You understand? So this is fader layer where all the magic happens. See everything just moving like magic. So this is where all the groups. This is this year I was telling you about. This year boss matrix that I mentioned earlier. So how there are two ways to, or should I say, for this board there are just two ways. For this one, the M32 has like three ways to send it a signal to an aux out. In here it's called bus, but it's also an aux out.